Hello, everyone. Welcome to Monday Marathon Productivity Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of SC Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers. I can't remember my own book name. A Curse of Wings and Gems, and a few other books. So today the goal of the stream is to have 1 hour long sprints. That will altogether give me 8 hours of working on my revision and publishing schedule. That probably means more than just 8 hour 1 hour sprints, or 8 1 hour sprints, because typically I don't spend the whole time every time working on stuff. So sometimes I need to get up and walk away and, move around a little bit. So at least 9 sprints, most likely. I typically go to around 5 or 6 o'clock my time, Central Time. So it's like 6 and 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And whatever else that may be in other time zones. So the goal is to get as much productivity as possible. While I'm in the sprint, I will be focusing on my task because I do have focus issues. And when the sprints are done, then I'll be back in the chat to catch up with everyone, see how everyone's doing. If you're coming in, let me know what you are working on. If you want to share, you don't have to. But alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and get started on the first sprint. 1 hour on the clock. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? So I see there's some people who came in. Yay. There was nobody here when I first started. So it's always kind of rough, I think, starting when there's nobody here, but it is what it is. I also was able to just jump right into what I need to get done. So I spent the first part of that on my revision and publishing checklist and my what I've put together, my schedule, to figure out how I want to change a few things because I was having it where I started prepping the last two novelettes in my 8 novelette series that's coming out this year to go to my Omega readers. And I have 3 Omega readers. But 2 of them have signed up to be both alpha reader for A Curse to Spikes and Smoke, which is the next novel coming out, and the first 3 novelettes. And they were Omega readers on those drafts to start with. And so, but they both signed up to be on both of those. And I emailed both of them and told them, hey, you don't have to sign up for these. You've already given me your thoughts and ideas, unless you just really want to read the story. And I was kind of hoping they'd be like, you know what, not they don't want to do it or whatever. Anyways, I was supposed to be sending the last 2 novelettes to my Omega readers this Friday. But I'm like, they already signed up for these other 2. That's like a lot for them to read. I'm like, can I shift this? I set up my revision and publishing schedule with a very specific idea in mind. Like, those 2 novelettes are not going to come out until October and November. So do they need to go to the Omega readers right now? No, they don't. And that's what I was thinking, is like, can I shift this without pushing things out too far? But there was a reason why I had set everything up to kind of get it done here in the first half of the year, is because the second half of the year, I want to be able to concentrate on my Kickstarter and writing new material. So it ended up not pushing it out too much. I was able to actually keep the final, like when I wanted to prep the arcs for those 2 stories, I was able to keep that the same. So I just kind of shifted things around a little bit. So I did count that as part of my process because I was working on my revision publishing schedule. And then what was on the schedule for today was to do the final checks for my book that's coming out on the 16th. That's next Monday, The Florist Budding Desire. And I knew there was one thing that I wanted to take out of the other, or more, what do they call it? More books or other books by S.D. Huston, whatever that page is called. I took out the Romantasy Adventures. That was the stuff that I was, the story that I was giving through the mail, with some of it online, because I really had to sit there and think about it for a while. And I was like, if this really takes off, I do not want to be spending my days sending out letters all day long and not writing. That's not what I want to do. I'm sure it can make really good money because David Verguts, or however you say his last name, he did a similar thing last year and made over $1 million by the end of the year. And I was like, I could follow in his footsteps and make a lot of money. And but I would be so unhappy. And there was a reason why I quit my job to become a writer, because I wouldn't want to be sitting here all day long. Like, him and his wife both had to quit their day jobs just so they could get all the mail out. And I'm like, I don't want to be spending my whole day sending mail. So I decided to take it off. It's still there for the moment, but I'm going to change it up to something else where I don't have to send anything in the mail, or maybe it's just one thing I send in the mail. So I don't know. I'm still thinking through that. So I want to take that out of that section, the also buy section, whatever that section is called. So I took that out and I updated the paperback and the hardcover for The Florist Budding Desire. I didn't update the ebook yet. I am trying, hoping that I'm going to have a book cover for Wildfire and The Sun Prince, which comes out April 24th. And I do have that in the also buy section. I have all the 8 novelettes there with the days that they're all going to publish. But in the ebook, I want to be able to link it to the pre-order page so that those people who are buying The Florist Budding Desire, if they see it, they can just click on it and go pre-order it right away. That's my thought, but I don't have a final cover yet. So I've thought about possibly just using what I do have. It's not quite where I want it to be yet. They're doing some more revisions on it, but I'm like, how long will it take them to do revisions? And you have to have the files uploaded 72 hours prior, and it goes on the 16th, what is that? That means it has to be all done by this Friday. So I think I'm going to give it a couple days to see if they get back with me with the few changes I wanted with the book cover. And if they don't, I might just go ahead and set that up with that book cover, because the changes I'm asking for, I think, are just somewhat minor. And I'm changing the color of the title. They did it as like a gold metallic, and I want it silver metallic. So the title is going to be slightly different. But other than that, there's not much else that's different on the cover itself. There's some manipulations I'm going to do. There is like a sun symbol there, and it has like oranges and yellows, but it's on like a dark, deep red background. But I want to increase the saturation of the yellows and shift one of the yellows slightly more orange. And I can do that on my own, but I would rather wait until they give me their files. I already do have the files for the first version, so I could work off of that. So I might be doing that in a couple days if I don't get anything back from the company. Anyways, I was going through all that in my head, trying to figure out what else I could do for the Florist Budding Desire. I think I've gotten as far as I can do. I'm going to wait a couple more days on the ebook. So then I moved on to working on that the cover is for Wildfire and the Sun Prince that comes out April 24th. That has gone through beta readers now. They have a few more days actually on it. So there was a couple of things I saw that I was like, oh, I can go change that. And then I was like, oh, I remembered. I was like, I meant to do this before I gave it to beta readers, but I totally forgot. One thing that I wanted as part of the magic system for the Sun Prince, I wanted to get in there. And so I spent the rest of that last sprint doing some brainstorming about how I can add that to the story without adding a whole lot of word count, because they're supposed to be novelette size stories. So anyways, that's what I did. 1,109 words in brainstorming. Probably won't be that much. I was looking at what I could possibly add, and it would probably be a few hundred words added all together. So, all right, let's get caught up with you guys. And Geeky Witch was first in. Hello, good morning. Working on some research work and trying to get my coffee to kick in. Happy Monday, y'all. Yay. Hopefully your coffee's kicking in. That was a couple minutes after I went live. So you were here pretty early. And then Jocelyn came in. Thank you for stopping in. And are you working on anything? And then Amanda, good morning. Spending this sprint to get an ad done for work. Oh, I don't like making ads. I would not want to do that for work. But that's interesting though, that you're getting like that background information and like experience. This is what I meant to say. You're getting that background experience for making ads. That's gonna make it easier when you have to one day do your own books, right? Advertise it. Whatever route you go, you usually have to do some type of marketing for your own work. And I mean, route is like traditional or publishing, self-publishing, hybrid, whatever. I meant the publishing route. I just didn't say publishing. Good morning, Carla. It says, good morning, everyone. Working on beta reading for a friend today. How nice. Hiya, Emma. How's it going? I hope all is well. And Diane, hello. Someone come help me focus on what I need to be doing and stop looking at Facebook. Oh, set a timer. I absolutely do not like social media. So whenever I would tell people I set a timer, I could always see that look on their face, like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. So to make you get off. I'm like, no, it's to make me stay on. And I only did it for like maybe a year and a half. I made myself stay on 5 minutes every day on Instagram. And then I just got less and less time, and I would just scroll faster and just leave even quicker. And now I don't force myself to do it every day. So yeah, I don't really like social media, but I know I'm an outlier. So yeah, so the best I can say, set a time for it. Good morning, Morgan. How is it going? Opens up window. I am supposed to be working this morning. Gets to work. Maybe it's just one of those days that focus is not going to be as great as it could be. I got set up for work and wrote down my to-do list for the day. Nice. Hopefully not overwhelming. I don't mind to-do lists, but I have found that if I put more than like 3 things on my to-do list for a day, I start getting overwhelmed. So my to-do list is usually just 1 or 2 things. And it doesn't mean that I'm not doing more than just those things, but it helps me focus on the stuff that I know I need to get done. And everything else is like, there are also things I need to get done, but maybe not as high priority. Along those lines. I don't know if that made sense. To Diane from Carla, this morning I'm beta reading Inka's book and pulling together notes. Wednesday, I'm doing that for Sam's most recent, my husband book. I was just talking with Morgan. She does, I don't know, Morgan, if you're doing this more regularly now, but she's been doing sprints on Saturdays, a long day on Saturday. And we were just talking about cover design because her books for her Seedlings trilogy, the cover design's beautiful, but the cover designer's no longer working. So she's like thinking about like for other books and whatnot, like, where'd she go? And I was like, oh, well, I like my cover designer and I got her from Inka. So here's a full circle come around here. So I don't know if Inka still uses her, but I know Inka was using her a couple years ago when I was looking for a cover designer. Finished checking my ad. Now I have to email all the department heads with all the issues. Sounds pleasant. My pleasure reading right now is a book by Roxy Ray called My Guide Dog is a Wolf Shifter. Is this like a cozy? It's about a wolf shifter who is in hiding disguised as guide dog for a blind woman. It sounds like this could be a cozy. If not, it's more going to be along the like a cozy fantasy or romance, cozy romance, or it could be a horror romance, depending on which route you want to go. But my guide dog is a wolf shifter. That title setup is becoming somewhat formulaic for cozy books. So it kind of feels like it would be a cozy. Of course, because shifters, it turns out they're mates, even though it takes like a chunk of the book to figure it out. I like those books. I'm actually reading, they're probably more smut than anything, but I like them because they're short. They're sci-fi romances, but they're all mates as well. They work on a mating system. So it's like aliens came to Earth and got rid of the corrupt governments that were surveilling us when we didn't even know we were being surveilled. So they're good aliens. They've come to take over the Earth and set up a good system. Every universal healthcare all around, better healthcare because they have the technology, that kind of stuff. So I love all that kind of like little back. You get all this. There's kind of smut, but there's enough of a story there for the fantasy or sci-fi section. It's somewhat to me fantastical too because I mean some of the aliens are dragons, which I really love. But I don't know what's the name of it. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. But they're so short that I can get through them like in an hour and a half. Sometimes even shorter, depending on which one it is. But I don't know. I like the series. Library. What is this? What is the name of the series? I want to know what the name of the series is. Oh, it's smut book, short alien romance. And there's like 10, and I'm on book 4. That's not what I want to do. Whatever. I'll go back to it later. So yeah, but I like the little bit that's in there that's built into it. Where was I going with that? I have no idea where I was going with that. Let's go on. I just got caught up pretty much on a course I'm taking this morning. He released a new section I can delve into. Do that for a couple hours, then nap, then go into studio. Nice. Sounds like you got a relaxing day. I'm just price checking the ads. I'm an editor. Oh, okay. So you didn't make the ads. Okay. Actually, I remember this because you were coming to the sprints quite often last year, and you had so many ads you had to do every week. I'm remembering now. So, but I mean, you do get to look at ads all day and see maybe which ones are working, possibly. So you still maybe have some periphery experience, if that's a word that could be put together. Those two words can be put together. It makes sense. Although we had some excitement locally yesterday, so I was catching up on the gossip. Nice. I tend to put like 2 or 3 projects on a to-do list and then breaking it down to a bunch of tasks. So cleaning the bathroom becomes mirror, counter, or sink, floor, toilet, shower. I do that for cleaning. I've tried to do that for writing and publishing and by doing it's harder for me for a day task. So like today, if I put on here final checks for the Florist Budding Desire. That's the only thing I put on here for the day. But that ended up being checking the files, going into Atticus, taking out the Romantasy Adventures, going to the paperback and updating it there, previewing the files, then going into the hardback and previewing the files there, reading through the stuff. And so it's several different little tasks, right, that all together for that. And then determining whether or not I'm, going through the brainstorming section of like, do I want to do the ebook right now or do I want to try and wait? Should I go ahead and start setting up Wildfire and the Sun Prince? And then that got me on the line of, I wanted to add a little more to the story, just this little bit of magical. There's some magic in it, but Wildfire and the Sun Prince is probably my story with the least amount of magic in it. So I wanted to add some more magical stuff to it because it is fantasy, romance, or it's romantasy. So, but it is my like least magical story of the 8. So I wanted to get a little bit more in there. And so that's where my line of thinking went. So I can start with like a big task and then break it down from there. And then my brain goes on to this and let me go on. Mars, hello. Morning. I just woke up and had a night. Oh no, I had a nightmare last night too. I can't quite remember it, but I woke up like all of a sudden and it was like 4:30 and I get up at 5 and I was like, should I go back to sleep or not? I think I did. I think I like dozed off for like another half hour for my alarm to go off. But it took me a little while, I think. I hate when that happens. But anyways, took my meds and acquired coffee made by the husband. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. Sometimes that is an awesome place to be in when you're not sure what you're going to do. That's if you're not like overwhelmed with a bunch of tasks and you're having decision paralysis. But if it's like, I have things I could do, but I don't know which one I want to do, and I could do any of these, that's a good place. I don't know if that's where you're at though. It makes me feel more accomplished being able to check things off. I like to be able to check things off too. And I always thought that was like a me thing until my oldest son. Now he's out of the house, although he's coming back home for I don't know for how long. He got accepted. He's in the military and he got accepted to the Green to Gold program. So he's going to go to school for 4 years. And then when he comes out, he'll be an officer and he'll go back into the military as an officer. And he's going to school right down the street from us. And he said he's going to move in with us for a little while. I've tried to keep him just a little bit longer because I want him to have, I want my younger son to be able to like live with his brother because there's a 12-year difference between them. So, but anyways, yeah, what did I say? Oh, he told me, see, tangent. I go off on a tangent here. So my oldest son, I remember when he was like 15 or 16, we always do chores on Saturday. And I had stopped doing the check off, right? Because now he was older. He knew what to do. I didn't need to keep doing this. And one day he said, Mom, I really like if you'd make the checklist again because I like checking things off. I'm like, you do? Okay. And so then I went back to doing it again. But just finished reading The Bookshop Below. Highly recommend. I do love that she's got some great lines like, yeah, Susan, I can hear you over the too loud Mariah Carey soundtrack. I'm not blind, deaf. I'm blind, not deaf. Oh, that's funny. It is a Roxy race, so there will be smut. Just haven't gotten to the point yet. What's this? I can't even say. I have no idea how you say this author's name. The second part of her name, because and I don't know if it's like a first name that has two parts, or if the second part is a last name, or I don't know. Here, I'm gonna put it in here in the. I have no idea how you would say this. This is her author name on the book. I mean, I'm saying her, but actually, I do think that is her pronoun. I think I did read that somewhere. But yeah, I could be wrong. I couldn't sleep last night, so I've been up since around 2 a.m. I think the time change probably did that for us, right? Yeah. I, mm. I do. I couldn't sleep last night either. I did fall asleep, but it was almost 2 a.m. my time when I fell asleep, and then I was up at 4:30 with a nightmare. So Amanda, I do the same thing. I blame my Virgo father for that. Oh, and that's the name there. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on the next sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. 1 hour on the clock. And we'll get started. Hopefully it goes. It's been having issues. YouTube wanting to just be YouTube. There's 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Revising Wildfire in the Sun Prince that comes out April 24th, and I'm just adding in some of the beta reader notes that I've got back. With 650 words. Okay. Let's see how you guys did. There's quite a few comments here, so let's see if we get through it. I think we left off here with Carla saying, I think my insomnia is more related to seasonal change. I feel like we're like in a flux of what season we're supposed to be right now. Like sometimes we're supposed to be like winter, and then other times we're supposed to be spring. So some days are cold. It'll be like 30 degrees when I go out, and then other days it'll be like 60 or 70 degrees out. But yeah, I can see that. Probably duck out for now, but have fun. I'll be sprinting tonight as well if anyone wants to join. Oh, I did remember Amanda saying that she was going to start sprinting. I couldn't remember what day it was. I don't know if she got it up yet or not. I'm trying to find her. There it is. Go to channel. Okay, I've got it pulled up in another tab, so don't forget. Cat came in. Good morning, Shanon friends in the chat. A new week ahead. I had a 7:45 doctor's appointment this morning, finished breakfast a few minutes ago, and wrote my to-do list. Now getting started. Nice. I hope the doctor's appointment went well, and welcome. I missed the whole chat break. Oops. It's okay, Mars. Morning all. Hello, Devin. Labs and doc appointment today. Happy sprinting and leaving on for run time. It's funny. We all had like doctor's appointments. Kat had one too. I had mine on Friday and had to do labs and everything like that too. Hello, Courtney. How's it going? Hey, everyone. Are you working on anything? When Danita finished her sprints, I was so deep in my story, I forgot to switch over. Well, oh, yes, I forgot that she probably goes in the mornings too. Yeah. It's all right. Hello, Paige. How's it going? Moons, hello. Hey there. Happy writing. Thank you. Diane says, very distracted. Not getting very far. I think it's time for a nap. Thank you for the sprints. Well, thank you for being here, Diane. I think I missed her. Yeah, that was about 20 minutes ago. I emptied the dryer, switched the laundry, started a new load of laundry, refilled the soaps in the bathrooms, fed the pup, took the pup outside, swept the kitchen and dining room and entryway and front step and journaled. Wow, you got a lot done. That's so much. I wish I was that industrious when it came to cleaning. I think I'm not a very good, like I can clean, but I'm not very good at staying on task. So I do have focus issues. My husband says I drive him nuts when I clean because I'll like start cleaning in one room. And I may have every intention of cleaning the room and sweeping and mopping when I'm done, but then I wander to another room and I start cleaning there. So sweeping and mopping may not actually happen until later in the day. So I just go from room to room and I get distracted and go to a different room and start cleaning. And yeah, I don't stay very focused on it. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Hope all is well with you. Beth Ann, hello, good morning. Want to say hi, but I'll likely dip in and out over the course of the day. No worries. I appreciate people stopping in and saying hello. Hey, Andy from Mars. Good morning to everyone who joined. No words, says Courtney. Made breakfast, early lunch. Y'all are making me hungry. I feel like I need to go make some breakfast or something. And 60 words for my novel, says Mars. Moon said, I'm doing well. Started dictating yesterday. I'm enjoying it. Yay. I prefer dictating. So I shared my sheet where I log all of my writing stuff with Morgan's chat on Saturday, and it made me look at the other tabs. And I had set up the other tabs like from 2023, the first year I started logging all my writing. And I was like, oh, there's pie charts here. And it's like, oh, I could see how much I'm getting done. But it was old information, so I had to redo the formulas. And so I did it, and I was looking, and I could see like how much time I was spending versus how many words I was getting on each part of the writing process. So I brainstorming, which I do dictation for brainstorming and drafting, but for revision and editing, I have to do everything, typing. And I could see how like it started dipping down. So the reason why dictation works for me is because I type slower. I type like whenever I would do the typing test, I think you're supposed to do like around 42 words a minute. And I would rarely hit that. So that's for like secretarial positions and things like that. So I start looking at it and I was like, oh, wow, the majority of my time is spent in drafting, if I remember the pie chart now. But the majority of my words is in brainstorming. And that's where I get that. And brainstorming is when I have like I call it a verbal vomit, that I can get out the most because I'm just thinking and I'm just saying it as I'm thinking through all the different ideas and things that could happen. And I look at I always think, okay, well, if a person does this, these are the things that could happen. And I'll like pursue all those different routes and see where they could go from there before I decide on the next thing. But then I do dictate for drafting, but that was slower, like considerably slower. So it was like 41 words per minute is what I get for dictating during brainstorming. And I just had this open too. I don't know if y'all would be interested in looking at it, but I did set it up with a project and tasks by project by task. Okay, by task. Yeah, so brainstorming words is like 63% of my words come from brainstorming. But it's not drafting, it's revising. Revising is the biggest one. Revising is 42% of the writing process in minutes I'll spend a lot of time revising. Drafting is almost as much as editing, but then brainstorming is the next big one. So anyways, I think that was interesting seeing that data. What it told me, this is what I came to the decision of, is that writing process by words, I get a whole lot of words for brainstorming, but it's 63.4% of my time. And that's just so far for this year of my time is spent brainstorming. And altogether, I have 210,892 words, but 60% of that's brainstorming, which means 60% of my words are not publishable. I mean, from the brainstorming, I get my drafting from the drafting course and I revise and edit. But I have a lot that comes through. And I'm trying to figure out if that makes sense. Like for me to think of like, I need to maybe I need to figure out how I can do less brainstorming and more drafting. Because if 60% of 210,000 words is brainstorming, that means I really don't have a lot that is publishable. And actually, I do have it here. Of what I've written, 46,000 words is publishable. That's drafting. Those are drafted words. So that's really very little compared to the overall word count. So I don't know if I'm thinking about that right or not, because my brainstorming, I guess, it would be like the same step that people take when they outline. Now I don't really outline, but I brainstormed a whole lot this weekend for a series that I had thought of last year, and I brainstormed and I lost the documents. And I don't know what I did with them, which by the way, when I finished brainstorming for the weekend and I went to go upload my documents online to a Google Drive, I found the documents I couldn't find before. So I did like 30,000 words of brainstorming this weekend, but it was just like, it was like 8 different documents I made, like the, everything from because I do romance and fantasy. So from the fantasy, the plot for the fantasy and what that's all about, and giving the background and how that came about and how the magic's going to work, and exactly what do the people in the story have to do to make this magic work. And so that was like its own document. And then I had a document on all the male love interests, and then a document on all the female love interests, everything for like personality and appearance and what they're good at doing and what's their role in the story. Like, or they all have jobs, the females do. They're in a palace, and I'll have jobs at this palace where all the gods are. And then all the gods themselves, what are their personalities? And so I did all these brainstorming documents on the weekend, 30,000 words, but none of it's publishable. It's not a story. It's just background information. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking about that wrong, or, this is just part of my process. Maybe I'm just digging into it too much. Carla says, got my writing prompt posted at Substack and Instagram. Ooh, if you want to share a link, please feel free. Read a bit more into my beta read and nominated a friend for a ceremony puck drop at the women's hockey team game. Nice. I feel like I was very productive. I think so too. You got quite a bit done. Morgan says, I got some work done. I'm verifying and approving time cards. I hate this part of my job. It sounds kind of tedious, but sometimes the job is just a job, right? I say that, and I felt like at so many years, I was very good at what I did when I was in the military. I was human resources. It would start off as something else. I can't remember. It was 75 Hotel, whatever that was. And then they changed it to 42 Alpha, which then became human resources. I'm really good at details and tracking things and whatnot. So I was really, really good at my job, but it just got so boring. So boring. And it was soul sucking. Kat says, Dr. Appointment was my annual. See, mine was my annual last week. All is well. During that sprint, I wrote book 2 reviews. I wrote 2 book reviews for March middle grade reads. Nice. You got a lot done. Usually, I think when we come off from the sprint, you usually have like 1 review done. That's 2. So that's pretty quick that you were able to get those done. I'm trying to support stream hopping, but both my computer and brain fritz when multiple tabs start talking. Paige, just put me on mute. I go on tangents. I don't say anything important, I don't think. So the sprints help a lot. Body doubling. I'm basically useless sometimes without it. I feel that way too. Like, I do this because it really, really helps me stay on track with what I want to do. Like, I can plan a whole bunch, but staying on track with it, especially my focus will just like, oh, well, I don't have a stream today. I can just lay in bed and read a book. Like, no, Shannon, you're supposed to work on that thing, whatever it is, right? I do the same thing, cleaning the kitchen, take the garbage out, pause, weed the garden. Oh my gosh, so you know me. What does everyone use to dictate? So I've tried several different ones that I do free. I don't want to have to pay. Um, I did use Dragon Naturally Speaking years and years ago, but it didn't cost a whole lot of money back then. And I had surgery on my wrist. And so I used Dragon Naturally Speaking back then. So when I thought I should start dictating for my writing, that was like 2.5 years ago. I thought about doing that, but they're so expensive now. So anyways, I use speechtexture.com. It's online, it's free. I'll put it in the chat here. Whatever you put into it, like I like it better than like, because if you have like Office 365 and you're in a Word document and you're dictating, if something happens to your computer and it shuts down or whatever, you could possibly lose that work depending on what your settings are and all that. So, and then they have a dictation. It does not do very well at all. Now, speech texture is not perfect, but what I like about it is that if I'm dictating into it and then something happens and my computer shuts down, because I have a high power computer, and this is what I found out. I have a high power computer. It's in the back of the house. I don't get enough power back here. The back of houses are not made for high power things. It's like TVs is what they assume the power load will be. So my computer likes to shut down every now and then because it's requiring too much power. And so it'll shut down on me, but I can open back up and everything I've dictated is still right there in the program. It saves it right there. So, and if I like, you know what, I don't know where else I'm gonna go with this, and I'm not ready, because I do transfer my stuff out of the speech texture program. If it's brainstorming, I pop it into Chat GPT, ask it to put punctuation and fix punctuation, add punctuation, fix the typos, capitalize, because I turn off the capitalization feature on there because it does weird stuff with capitalization. I don't know why. It will like randomly capitalize words in the middle of a sentence. So capitalize the words is whatnot, and then I put that into document and set that aside. So that way it's there. Oh God, I went on another tangent. I don't know where I started. Whatever. I have no idea where I was going with that. I'm trying to think. Where was the spider web at? I need to go back to the main part of the spider web. This is what my husband says, is I talk like a spider web. Like I have a center that I start out, and then I'll go out on a tangent and then come back and then go on another tangent and come back. And then sometimes I start connecting the tangents. And anyways, let me go on. Or get up to refill my water glass and end up doing dishes, which leads to empty the trash cans, which reminds me to sit back down and realize I never got my water refill. I have done that. I've gotten up to do a specific thing and I get distracted and I sit down. I'm like, I never did what I was supposed to do when I first got up. I hate when my husband toasts a bagel. The smell always makes me want to go down and toast one for myself, whether or not I need one. I have to say, my husband and I, we have different tastes in bagels. So I don't have to worry about that. He likes like the blueberry sweet bagels, just, whatever else is sweet. And I like the everything bagel. So when I smell the blueberry bagel, I'm like, oh, it's too sweet for me. So I don't have that specific thing, but like when he's cooking like bacon and eggs and sausage and stuff, I get that. See, I'm not good at writing down the brainstorming part. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's still a lot that goes on in my head, but I think with dictating, it's helped me get a lot of it out. I find that I don't often go back to my early brainstorming, though. I will once I start nailing things down. But good morning, everyone. Hello, Joanne. I'll be revising chapter 25 with Project Sugar and Spice and cooking brunch in the background. More food. I'm hungry. When brainstorming, sometimes you're finding ideas that will work in other stories, so not really a one-for-one, probably. Yeah. Well, and like, okay, so the brainstorming I did this weekend was for 8 stories. So I would be like brainstorming like this one. I remember I was brainstorming idea for this one of the female love interests. And I was like, oh no, this would really go better for this other one over there. So I had to like cut it and then go find that document and put it into the right place and then figure out where I cut it from and where I left off. But it did all work out in the end. Yeah. I think usually when I'm brainstorming though, it's going to be for a specific project, whether a series or a book. So I don't typically have an issue with like stuff coming in for other. Maybe I do, and I just ignore it because I think what I found out, if I'm dictating something, I'm like, oh, this would be really good for like this type of story. And then I tried to tell myself to take it out and put it into like another document so I could remember it. And then I forget about that document. And so I got to a point where it's like, why am I doing this extra work and I'm forgetting it anyways? And I never have a lack of ideas. I always have tons of ideas. So it's not like I think I need these other. I did have an idea folder for a while, but I rarely go into it other than to add more ideas. And then I'm like, but I come up with new ideas of what I want to do, and I never go back there again. So yeah, I know. Makes sense because you're planning what works, and you can pull straight from it and expand it. Yeah. What's the analogy about backstory being the iceberg? Right. Yeah. Yeah, they say that, right? Usually, like early writers, when you're writing a story, you're typically writing the backstory. Then you can cut that all off because that's actually under the water. That's the iceberg that's under the water, and you just need the what's above the water for the readers. You need to know way more than will actually appear as written words in the final draft because you'll show the reader without telling them everything. Yes, or you don't show them at all. So the novelette series that I have coming out starting in April, it's only in the female perspective. So I didn't have the back and forth because they're novelettes, they're shorter. So being in the female perspective, you often don't know really what she looks like. You don't know like the color of her hair. You certainly don't know the color of her eyes. You may not know the color of her skin or anything like that. It very rarely could I put that into the story where it made sense that it's not like, the author writing through the character's voice to tell the reader what they look like. And so, but before I started, I did a full workup. I have a document with like several pages on each of the females, everything from their appearance to their personality, what they like, what they don't like, what their fears or hopes and dreams. And most of the stuff never even needs to come out onto the page. So I do remember thinking that. I was like, gosh, I didn't get anything about this female into this first one. There's not much about her. I think I mentioned her hair color once. That's it. And so I'm like, but you wouldn't know it from her perspective. She's not going to be telling. I mean, that's too much of the author having a hand in the work by using the character's voice to describe themselves to the reader, just so the reader has a visual of them. But yeah, I agree. Link to my Substack. Remember, if anyone writes something, share the link, please, so I can see what it inspired. Thank you for sharing. And same, Ray. And that's speechtexter.com. One of my favorite work friendships was a woman who could tangent with me and then find her way back. The boss was annoyed at first until he realized we could solve global issues on those tangents. Oh, that's so funny. I've never met anyone who could go on the tangents with me, but I've met people who create their own tangents. And so if you listen to us talking, we almost sound like we're talking about two different things, but then we bring it back to what the main idea is. So describing appearance from the first person is so hard. Yes, I can never make it not feel forced. Yeah, it's really hard. And I think because these are novelettes, I'm trying not to go beyond 13,000 words for these. I am like, you know what? If it didn't naturally work its way in there for somehow, then I'm not going to include the appearance. So, and I know like all their eye colors, but never. I'm pretty sure I don't have a single eye color for the female perspective. Since I only have the female point of view in all the stories. So there's no eye colors whatsoever in there anywhere. The only other thing I could do is when it was something that was unusual. So like for my third novelette, so all the females are human, but the third novelette, that's with the air trickster, and she's a thief. So, and her name is Shadow Thief. And so she dresses like an all black. She has black hair, all of that. So I think I was able to bring in like the black hair because it all went with her outfit and everything. And then the skin color came in really well because he could see her skin color and he points it out. And he was like, you've got air fae in your ancestry based on your skin color. So then it came out that way. And she is the only human of all my humans who has a slight touch of fae ancestry where she can detect air magic, but she can't use any magic, which is kind of what I want to go with. But yeah, it's just really hard to, especially first person. Oh my gosh. And, they had the cliche of looking in the river, looking in the water, looking into the mirror to see what they look like. And I don't know, it does feel awkward. And as a reader reading that type of work, it's hard to keep the writer editor out of my head. And when I read something like that, where like the character looks in the mirror so they can describe themselves, and so I know what they look like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so awkward. But probably, I wonder if for the average reader, if they ever feel that way about it. They may not. They probably doesn't even probably register for them. I do know there are readers out there who would prefer characters not to be described because they want to visualize them. But there's been a lot of research that shows like if you don't explain what a character looks like, readers often tend to give white features, like, to the character. So if you have characters who are not white, you want to try and get that in there, what they look like in some way. And that skin tone is very rare in my world, actually, white. It's not something that's really around. I use all kinds of colors. Yeah, purple, blue, kind of a golden color. I got lots of colors. So I always try to get some of that in there, but yeah. Frustrating moment dealing with something like dealing with hair or hiding traits. Yeah, it's very frustrating. All right, let's go ahead and go on to our next sprint, number 3. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time. How did you do? I got 98 words added in revisions on this story. I decided I'm just going to work through all of what I've got here. My beta read on the first 3 novelettes is not done yet. I think it closes in another week. But I have 3 readers who have already read through it already, and one of them is giving me really, really great insight on how I can make this story stronger. So I'm doing a bit of that revision right now, and it's really most important for that first story because that's publishing April 24th. And as soon as I have the cover back, depending on when I get the cover back, I want to go ahead and get it up for pre-order. I might put up the current version of the cover that I have to get the pre-order up within the next couple of days if I don't get the cover back in that time, because when the Florist Budding Desire publishes on Monday, I would like to have that pre-order link already in place for that story. So anyways, those are the plans. And so that publishes on Monday. That means by Friday at the latest, I'd have to upload all the documents that I need for the publication on Monday, which really means I probably need to get done on Thursday. So I only have a couple days. Anyways, let's see how you guys did. Left off with Moon saying frustrating moment dealing with something like dealing with hair or hiding traits. Yeah, we're talking about trying to reveal physical traits when you're like in a first person point of view, or if you're like in a close limited third person point of view, which I tend to write close limit third point of view or deep third point of view. So it's really hard to like get those physical traits in there without feeling like the author's coming across the page to give the information to the reader through the character's perspective when they already know what they look like. Yeah. Logging into class for an hour, leaving this open so I can remember to come back. I appreciate that. Andy says, hopping off now. Thanks for the stream. Thanks so much, Andy. That was like 40 some minutes ago, so I missed you. E-hugs and happy Mondays to Andy. Popping off now. Thanks for sprints. Yep. Thank you so much for being here. That was like 30 minutes ago, so I also missed you leaving out. I applied to 6 jobs during the sprint and taking the pup outside. Wow, that was quite productive. 6 jobs. My brain starts hurting. I mean, I haven't had to apply for a job for a while, but I do remember that process. And I was applying to jobs like every day. And I'd do 1 or 2 applications and my brain would be like, done, I'm done. I don't want to apply anymore. It might be easier now though, because that was 2013. I don't know. I'm trying to remember when's the last time I filled out an application. No, I think it was sooner than that. Hey, Shannon. I hope you're having a great start to your week. It is. It's a really good start. It's so good to see you, JC. Always brings a smile to my face because I always have a great time in your chats. So seeing you come over and hang out, it's just like, oh, JC's here. And then she says hello to everyone. And then Kat says, I updated a couple of social media platforms, plus put away a few books in my personal library, doing a bit of organizing in my office personal library. Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about that on Saturday, too, where I think I caught part of the conversation with the taxes. I was still kind of working. I had you on. I was listening to you while I was working. But sometimes my brain started floating away somewhere else. I think you were talking about how you were going through and doing like the separating out the receipts and stuff for taxes. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of work. Like, how do you keep your receipts? I've tried to keep receipts like from some of the conferences I go to, but by the time I get ready to do taxes next year, the receipts are like faded. And like sometimes I can't even read what's on there. So then I end up throwing out the receipt anyways. And then I go straight to my like bank statements and stuff. So I was like, can you still read them? Is there a way of preserving receipts so you can still see the information that's on them a year later? I just thought that was interesting. Took a shower, says Courtney. Started working on a client project I'm determined to get done today. All right, we're going to get it done today. We do have quite a few more hours here, at least 5. And thank you. No, I mean, it's such a pleasure always being, I love being at in your chats on Wednesday nights. I'm not much of a night person, but I push myself to be there. And sometimes I do have things I have to get done, obviously. Yeah, it's just fun hanging out. But that's like the moment where I get to just like enjoy the community more than during the day where I'm working. I'm using these to really work. And then when I go to your Wednesday night stream, sometimes I'm not really doing much. And then it's just enjoying the community and everybody that's there. It's always such a warm and pleasant environment to be in. Finally starting to eat a small breakfast. Oh, I got some oatmeal. So everyone was talking about food, and I started getting hungry, which is unusual. No, that wasn't unusual. I mean, sort of. Right now would be the time I would normally get hungry because it's usually 10:47 right now. But with us having the hour change here in the U.S., it's now 11:47 my time. So I usually get hungry around 10:30. So that's kind of actually right on par. Whatever. Belvita sandwich cookie bar this morning. Those are yummy. If you can copy receipts, that will help. Okay. I do have a copy machine. Actually, I do have a copy machine. I'm like, there's one sitting right here. I was thinking of my old copier because I got a new copy machine, or I got a new printer. Not, I wasn't worried about the copying part. I needed a printer, and I got a new printer. But I had a copy machine copy part of the other printer, and this one does too. I just never used it as a copy. It's brand new, so not brand new, but I got it last year. That makes sense. And actually, then if you make copies of your receipts, you could probably, I don't know if you put more than one on a page. Oh, good thing I'm not going to a conference this year anyway. So, but in the future, when I go to a conference, I'm sure I'll go to another conference again. I will remember that's the key. Copy it. So glad you do these. My ADHD brain needs accountability. Yeah, same. I've just gotten back onto Wellbutrin, which is it's to help with mood and whatnot. And I've been on it a few times because depression, but they've got new research out showing that it actually helps with ADHD as well. And so that was something I discussed with my doctor. I said, I have been reading this new research. And she was like, yeah, this has been showing that it really helps with more focus. I don't know if I feel the more focus. I do feel better mood wise. But yeah, maybe more focus there. I don't know. But yeah, there's new research on that showing that it helps with focus issues. So we'll see. I've been on it. I saw my doctor last week. So been 4 days I've been on it. So probably I don't have the full effects yet. Maybe 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this is the 4th day I took the medicine. Yeah, she could copy it a couple per page. Okay, that would make sense. I was just trying to think about how I would file it, like, because I do file stuff separately from, so I have like my author business stuff that I file. I mean, I file it on the same file return, but I file it separately because I put everything into a box, but I'll file it separately in there between, here's the family stuff and our assets that, everything we have to report on, and then my author business. But I do my own taxes. It would be nice if I could pay someone to do it. But every time I think about paying someone to do it, I'm like, well, I have to get all my receipts together and all my statements and everything and give it to this person so they can go through it all. And I was like, I might as well just do it myself anyways, because I do that already. I have a spreadsheet where I copy everything. Now, by the end of the year, I'm usually lagging by a couple months. So, but I was like, by the time I get it all together, why am I giving it to someone else to log it all? I can just log it all myself and do my own taxes. It was one of the things that I guess was good. My dad made us do our own taxes as teenagers when we were working. Like there used to be like a tax book that they would put out. I don't know if they do that anymore. Maybe it's all online now. But he'd get the current tax book for the 1040 easy, I think it was. And then we go through and had to read it and fill out our taxes. And then he'd check it like homework. It was interesting. But it was a good skill to get early in life to know how to, read some of that stuff and understand what you were doing with it. Okay. I think I've talked enough. There are no more new comments coming in. Okay. There. I stopped taking my ADHD meds now that I'm pregnant. Oh, okay. Yay. Congratulations. So I've been struggling. My doctor recommended Wellbutrin as a safer alternative. Okay. Yeah. So then that information is really is getting some feet beneath it, I guess. I don't know what the right term is here, but when I had read about it, I had heard about it through something or other, and then I started reading up on it, and then so I brought it to my doctor's attention, and and so yeah, I would just, I don't know, it's so hard. So here, like Courtney, they're saying it's safe, right? When I was pregnant with my my youngest, he grew super fast. I mean, this kid he's about to turn 13, but he's like 6'1" right now. Okay. And he's huge. Like, well, he's a beanpole, but, he was full size baby when I was 5.5 months pregnant. I had to go in every 2 weeks to get an ultrasound done because they said if he continued growing, they were going to have to take him early. And they would measure his leg bone every time I went in there. And then toward the end, I had to go in every week to get an ultrasound done. With him growing so fast, so quick, it spread, having a baby spreads your hips. It spread my hips so fast. It was so painful. And the only thing they said I could take was Tylenol. So I was taking lots and lots of Tylenol. And I did see also it was like it wasn't physical therapy, but I don't remember what they called it, but it was like ultrasound therapy. They use ultrasound around my hips, which kind of eased the pain a little bit. Um, but now now they say taking Tylenol when you're pregnant could cause autism. Some of these diagnoses. And my son is autistic, ADHD, but ADHD runs in my family, so I was expecting that to happen anyways. And then anxiety, he has anxiety. And so I like whenever I think about it, it's like I might have done that to my baby, taking the Tylenol. I might have caused that. So I don't know. I would if I can't get pregnant anymore, but if I was after experiencing that, I probably would never take any medications while I was pregnant just because of what the way I feel about it, even though I know it's not, really my fault, but I do feel it's my fault. So, because the doctor said that Tylenol was safe. And congratulations to Courtney. Okay, let's go ahead and get this next one going. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock. Did it go? Oh, it's still trying to cycle. Come on, YouTube. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up my revisions from my beta reader feedback on Wildfire and the Sun Prince. Like I said, they still have time to go through it. I wonder why I put it. Why did I put it that they could go through it through the 19th when I'm. Oh, that's. Dang. I'm mixing up my own books now. I'm like, why did I put it through the 19th for beta reader access and feedback if I'm publishing on the 16th? I was like, no. This is the one that's publishing on the 24th. The one publishing on the 16th is already done. I'm at the beginning of this publishing process and I'm already getting mixed up. But yeah, okay. Yeah, it's still open for a few more days. The 19th or whatever. What is that? 10 days? Yeah, they got 10 more days. There's a couple more beta readers that have signed up for it but haven't started, and then I have one who started but hasn't finished. So I don't know. I think what I've got so far is really good. What I received from the beta readers really helped to make the story even better. So I'm kind of like at the point where I'm like, I think this is almost good to go. Yeah. See how you guys did. Oh yeah, and I don't know what to work on next. I have a little bit of decision paralysis of what I should move on to. I know that the rest of this week tasks that I have, I've already completed one of them. And the other one is to write the reader magnet for this book that I just did the revisions on, which I've brainstormed what that reader magnet will look like, but I haven't started writing yet. Maybe it would be a good time to write it. Gosh, I have like hair or something like tickling my nose. Yeah, since I just finished writing or revising it, maybe it would make sense to go into the reader magnet. So I make sure that it's all not cohesive, continuity. The continuity is there. I just really want to get back into this idea that I brainstormed over the weekend, and this is for those who come in a little bit later. So I brainstormed an idea last year, although I don't know if I said this part. So I brainstormed an idea last year for another 8-part series, and I think these are going to be novellas. I think I'm going to have the male and female perspective in it because the fantasy plot would really do better having the male perspective as well. So I started brainstorming it last year, and I was like, where did this go? I had like 3 or 4 or 5 documents. I couldn't remember how many. Where did this go? And I couldn't find it. And I was starting to build more on the ideas. I do a lot in my head before I put anything down on paper. So I was trying to build the ideas more in my head, and I was like, wait, what did I say about that? So I went to go look for it. This was a few weeks ago. And I was like, I couldn't find it. I don't know what I did with them. I had no idea. So this weekend, I spent this weekend verbal vomiting everything, and wrote like 30,000 words. But it's just all brainstorming documents. I have 8 documents. And then I thought, oh, let me go back these up online in one of my Google Drives. I have a couple of different ones. So I went into one and followed this path. And it was the wrong path for where I wanted to save it. But there it was in the wrong path. Where's my documents? I had 3 documents is what it was. And I was like, I don't even know if I want to open them because now I've done all this other brainstorming. I probably forgot all the bad stuff, and all the good stuff I would have had from those documents. I already have it. So I don't even know if I want to open them. So I have not opened them and looked at them yet. But I'm like I'm almost at the point where I could start drafting these, which really, according to my publishing and revision plan, I won't really be able to draft new stuff for a couple more months, but I'm kind of ahead on stuff. So, and I don't have book covers. If I had book covers for everything, I could probably go ahead and start planning and getting everything up, but I'm still just trying to get one book cover that I like. I got the hiccups. All right, let's see how you guys did. Left off with saying congrats to Courtney for the baby. Courtney says, I hope you don't blame yourself. I also trying to avoid everything, but we got to take care of ourselves, and you did great. Oh, I think that was in response to me feeling bad about the Tylenol with the connection to autism. And give yourself grace. I try to. And I've heard this. Don't beat yourself up. It helps. If it helps you know there's no factual basis for the claim they made regarding Tylenol and autism is simply not true. I've heard that it's not true, but I know I also got paperwork because I guess it's in my medical records I took Tylenol or something. I don't know. I got paperwork for it saying that I could sign up for the lawsuit. I didn't ever do it. It was because every time I thought about the paperwork, I thought about how I made that decision to take Tylenol. and it kind of like froze me. But back from class, going to take the rest of the sprint to clean up the inbox and other Monday must-do administration. Oh yeah, my inbox is getting full again. I think I got it down to like 300 emails, and now I'm back up to 629. So, but I'm doing admin now just on the weekends, really. And on the last couple weekends, I've had to do the anthology for the women's writing group, which I finished my part. I sent the email off, said I'm done. I finished my part. Here are the next steps. And then one of the authors come back and said, "Oh, I've got an interior picture we could add," which I did the formatting. And I'm like, I already said I'm done. We sent out 2 different times and gave them a week to the authors that they wanted to add anything more to the anthology or change something about their story or about their bio or whatever. They could submit on these forms what they wanted to add, change, whatever. 2 weeks we did this. And at the end of 2 weeks, which was Friday, on Saturday, I formatted the rest of the anthology and then spent 2 hours on Sunday walking through draft to digital with the person who was uploading it because she had never done draft to digital before. And then it was after that 2 hours of uploading everything that we got the note from the author saying, "Oh, I want this interior image." And one of our committee members, who's the leader of our group, is like, "Hey, do you think we can add this in there?" I'm like, and I had just sent out the email stating, "Here's what I accomplished. Here are the next steps." Janet was going to get it up for ARC distribution, and then try and get the books to read link, and like all these things I can't do from my end. So my part is done. So I said, "Here are the next steps," because I was the one that was always organizing steps. And I said, "This completes my part of the anthology." So I'm like, I just want to write back and say, "Nope, my part of the anthology is completed." I'm done. Because all I've done is spent time on this anthology for the last few weekends. But yeah. Morning, says Gwenna. 756 words for Mars. Words for my novel. Oh, novel, not a poem. I renamed the working title to "What the Force Knows" from "I'm Not Crazy." I mean, you could be like a subtitle. "What the Force Knows, I'm Not Crazy." I like it. Actually, 782 words. I can't count sometimes. Actually, I added words after the fact. Are you like handwriting these? Yeah. Sometimes if I handwrite words, which is not very often, but I have occasionally, I just kind of like count up the number of words like on each line for like 3 or 5 lines, and then get the average of numbers per line, and then count the lines, and then do it from there. Because I'm like, I don't know, my eyes skip around on pages with lots of information, and usually when I'm writing, I'm putting lots of information on a page. So it would be hard for me to count. Like I've had to do this where I cover up the lines above and below so I can count the number of words on a line, and that's just a lot more work. Oh, I didn't say it. Sorry. I got distracted updating my website terms and conditions, which had nothing to do with anything I need to get done today, LOL. But it needs to get done, right? It must have been on the top of your mind. And maybe you needed to like concentrate on that task so that some of your creative juices could work in the background. We'll go with that. Shave the winter fur off, and I'm pulling up the submissions for the club I'm in, reviewing for publication in the New School Lit Journal. Shave the winter fur off. Is that literally shaving winter fur off of something, or is that like an idiom for something? I don't know what that means. Just got distracted. I got an email. Let me change my tab. There we go. So I won't get distracted by my email. But yeah, so you're reviewing the publication in the New School. So you're the submissions. Pulling up the submissions for the club I'm in, reviewing the publication in the New School Lit Journal. Are you trying to like maybe submit to it, or are you part of the editorial staff? When I was in my master's, I was part of the editorial staff for the literary journal that we had for the school. But first glances are uninspiring. Okay, so you're looking at some of the publications. This is why I need sprints and timers. They pull me back from the randomness to the actual task at hand. Gwenna, says JC. I finished a nap. I just finished a nap. Hopefully it was a good nap. I'm not showing muted. Nope. Okay, Kat, that might be something on your end, possibly? No? And I mean, I would believe you because I've done it before. You mute it, or it connected to Bluetooth. Yeah, those are good things to, I don't know if you did any of those. Well, I can't hear anything. I ate lunch at the beginning of the sprint and watched a YouTube video, change into my walking clothes, so I can walk next sprints, and did some organizing of my picture books. She can't hear me, so yay! So maybe she's just seeing. Finished 3 parts of the project, 4 parts left now. Yay! I think I'll be able to finish it today. Oh, good. You said you needed that. Did you check to see if maybe if you, Lord, I can't read today. Did you check to see if you maybe accidentally muted the tab, not the video, but the tab? Moons, I'm not muted. Who knows? It was working fine since I joined. This iPad is old, so maybe it's slowly dying. It's possible. Yeah. I normally handwrite, but actually typing today, but I kept moving around the document and didn't really pay attention. Oh, yeah. I've done that too. Mom Maggie always said that when she would add new words, she changed the text color. And that's what helped her see how many words she was getting. I typically highlight. So I'll highlight the last word where I left off. So then I can start counting from where I pick up. But if I go back and I add stuff to previous that highlight, then I highlight around that area. So I know to count that in there. That's how I usually do it. I don't know if any way is better for you or not, or might be something else. Weird. I closed the video and brought it back up and now it works. Oh, okay. So you got my yay. Gremlin in my house playing tricks on me. Yeah, those computer gremlins. Oh, I just hadn't shaved my legs. Oh, that's what that meant. I'm so sorry, Gwen. I was thinking a winter coat with fur on it. And yeah, and then I was like, why, no, she's not furry. like I was thinking animal fur is what I was thinking. My brain was going other places. Part of the editorial staff. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I did that too. I was part of the editorial staff. And I think that kind of helped with being on the anthology committees that I've been on the last 2. But why did I think you meant a different body part? I didn't want to say that, but I also thought that too. And I was like, no, I don't think she's saying that. But yeah, haha, my husband ain't that lucky. Yeah, I highlight the word I start a sprint with. See, I highlight the word that I ended the last sprint with. So slightly different tactic there. And then highlight the beginning of the next paragraph on the next sprint. I think I've done it for so long where I've highlight the last word of the previous sprint that I think it just works for me at this point. But that's definitely also stuff, because if you got the highlighted words, highlight start, to with your cursor to figure out how many words, start where the highlight's at instead of coming after. Yeah, different ways of doing it. I think I'd forget if I had to change the color of the text. But Mom Maggie's drafts are really colorful. And so, all right. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. That was the last comment for now. So we're going to go ahead and get started on the next sprint. Okay, hiccups. Nope, that's not the right button. All right, tab. Yep, that's the right tab. And YouTube be YouTubing. It's purposely doing this. All right, and good luck, everyone. All right, that is time. How did you do? I decided to work on the reader magnet for Wildfire and the Sun Prince. And I remembered I did some brainstorming on it. When did I do it? January 23rd is when I did the brainstorming on it. So not quite 2 months. I really did not remember what I had brainstormed because I've not thought about it since then. But I actually had quite a bit there that was really good to work with. And I lost track of how many words again. Where's my, there we go. 1576. Let me write it down before I forget it again. So I started drafting it, and so I have 1576. I think I'm probably just over the halfway point of this bonus chapter for the reader magnet. All right, let's check in with you guys and see how you did. I think we were talking about how we mark where we leave off in sprints. I'm going to say winter coat has me shook. Nothing wrong with foraging for the goods. Makes for a great adventure. And remember, it's the journey, not the destination, that makes it great. So, LOL. Glad I woke up for that moment. All thanks to Gwenna. Nia, hello. Hope all is well with you. Hey, Nia, says JC. JC had to head out now to go run errands for the day. Thank you for the sprints and hope you have a great day. Thank you so much. That was like a half hour ago, so I missed her leaving out. Happy writing, everyone. Have a good day, JC, says Nia. Mar says, if I get about 30 more words before the end of the sprint, I will have around 1,000 words for the day. I have 20 more minutes. I think you probably got it. Yeah, did you get it? It's raining hard again today, and it makes me not want to get cleaning done. Yeah. Whenever it's raining, I always feel like I just want to curl up with a book. We got 80 words for a total for 1,050 words. Also empty the dryer and switch the laundry. Oh, I need to do laundry. I'm going to wait until later. 3 submissions gone over, and huzzah! I found one I liked. Awesome. Yeah, it's interesting reading what comes through. And I don't know what process you're at. If you're, I don't know if you guys, where you're at, if you can say no to some of the pieces, or these are just pieces you're editing. I know the part of the team that I was on, we were the editing team. So there was a team before us that went over all the pieces and chose which ones would go in the magazine, the literary magazine. But which I felt more comfortable editing versus choosing what would go into the work. So yeah, but I would say, yeah, some of them were just like, oh, okay. I could see why. Craft-wise, I could see why some of the pieces were picked, but they just weren't my cup of tea. Yeah. Just got back from my walk, 3.1 miles. Time for a shower. Was that your last sprint? No. I'm going to have at least 2 more sprints. At least 2, maybe 3. I don't know. Annual home inspection done. Laundry is nearly complete for my appointment later today. Nice. You got lots of stuff accomplished, and then it doesn't seem like you didn't get bothered by having an appointment later. Like when I have an appointment later in the day, I have like everything on my mind. It's like the time anxiety thing. I'm like, okay, I'm working on this day. I got 4 hours left. Okay, I'm working on this. Oh, I got 3 hours left. Oh, I got 2 hours left. And I'll get down to like the last like 30 minutes before I have to leave. And like I have it, like I know the exact minute I need to leave the house in order to make it there in time. And I was just reading about a character who had a similar time anxiety, but the way she had it was like she was afraid she was going to be late. I don't think I'm ever afraid I'm going to be late, but I wonder if that kind of plays in there. God, I miss the rain. Thankfully, the whole club is new, so I am both judge and jury. Oh, nice. We had rain yesterday. Glad we are back to sunshine. We had some rain 2 days ago, which, not 2, 3 days. I think it was on Friday. I don't remember what day that was now. Ow, it hurts trying to think about it. I know whatever day it was that we had rain 2 or 3 days ago. I remember reading the reports the night before saying that we were, as the whole state of Florida, that we were in a drought, and then we had rain the next day. And I thought, well, that's kind of ironic. But ooh, the power, Gwynna, right? Well, my teammate gets a say, but as a fiction editor, my opinion matters a little bit more. Okay, good. I'm going to shower and get back to my to-do list. Awesome. And that does bring me to the last comment in the sprints in the chat. So let's go ahead and get set up. Oh, here we go. Oh, I am the same way, Shannon. It's overwhelming. But I'm really trying hard to combat it and section my day into different purposeful hours. I've got 43 more minutes to work on this club stuff. It's a good way. I have tried to do like the time blocking, and I fought it. I don't know why, but I fought it. I was like, okay, this time block, I'm supposed to be sending out emails. Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm going to write instead. Just keep on writing or whatever it was I was doing. I just fought the time blocking. It's like my brain did not want to go for that. Okay, let's go ahead and get this next sprint going. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll do another hour as soon as it comes up. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. That is time on that sprint. How did you do? I was trying to add up all of my words. So I was writing the reader magnet for Wildfire and the Sun Prince, which comes out April 24th. And I had brainstormed that a little while ago. So I had to review my brainstorming notes. I started drafting it on the last sprint. I finished it. So it took another 519 words to finish it. And then I went right into revisions. That was 30 words added, and then edited another 28 words added. So 577 words altogether. And I don't know how much time I had left over, but I remembered that part of my final checks, which today was supposed to be final checks on the Florist Budding Desire. That's the book that's coming out on the 16th, which is a week from now. And I forgot to check to see if I have everything lined up for the reader magnet, because I wrote a reader magnet for that one too. So when I finished this reader magnet, I was like, okay, I can start building the automation list for this. And I thought, oh wait, I was supposed to go check the Florist Budding Desire. So I knew that I had started it already, but I know I stopped at some point, and I don't remember why I stopped. But anyway, so right now I'm reviewing everything I did in that automation workflow for anyone who gets it. And I already see that two people have already gotten the reader magnet, but my workflow wasn't set up for the automation, so they're not in my automation sequence yet. One of them is on my newsletter list though. But these are two people I think that signed up for my ARC, which if they sign up for the ARC for the Florist Budding Desire, at the end there would have been the link there for them to go get the reader magnet. And they would have got that automatically, but it also would have put them into my email newsletter list, except I didn't have that turned on yet. So I need to get that done. So that's what I'm working on next. And then I should probably finish that before we finish today. So then I'll probably start on Wildfire and the Sun Prince, that reader magnet. I think what I might do with that one, instead of setting up 8 different reader magnet sequences for the novelette series, that I'm just going to set up one and then put all the bonus chapters through in the emails. And so that way, if they've only read one of the books, they still have access to the other ones. So I don't have them written yet, so they'll have to be like placeholders. But that way I'm only writing and putting together one automation sequence instead of 8 new ones. So yeah, anyways, let's see how you guys did. So I keep trying to schedule things, but I'm like doing things when I feel like it. I'm terrible at it, at least for my own schedules. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay to a point with scheduling things. It's how I do it, which I haven't quite figured out why certain ways work and other ways don't. But I think when it doesn't work for me is when I'm trying to schedule things I really don't want to do, like write an email. All but 3 fiction submissions done. After that, it's poetry. And then the bulk of the work is over with. Time to get ready for my appointment. Thanks for hosting all. Thanks for being here, Gwenna. That was like 20 minutes ago, so I lost you. Or I didn't lose you, but I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. I did lose all you guys, actually. My computer shut down. Luckily, it shut down and came right back on again. It's been doing this more often, and I'm like, what is going on? Whatever. There's nothing I do about it because I can't, we'd have to rewire the whole house in order to get more power back here to this room, or I need to move my computer out toward the living room. So, because that's built for more power, and I don't want to be out there because I'll get distracted. So anyways, yeah, but I was gone for a second. Your motivation's always appreciated. Yay, I'm glad that was helpful. So far, I've put away laundry, made the bed, put dishes away, ran the dishwasher, cleaned dishes that don't go in the dishwasher, did a general pickup, made some ice, put the water in the freezer, and vacuumed the hallway, living room, and both offices. And I think that is it so far, and still have 15 minutes left. Wow, very busy. Do you get creative thoughts while you're doing all that, or does your mind go to sometimes when I'm cleaning, my mind's almost like white noise. It's like the only time that my mind will kind of calm down, but it's not every time I'm cleaning. So when I'm not cleaning, then my mind goes to my stories. How many more sprints? I would say 2 more sprints. Yeah, 2 more sprints. And I typed up a poem. Wow, you did a lot. I you hand wrote it the other day, but you saw it type it. So there's that. Kat says I showered, made some tea, updated my wellness journal. Also productive. I'm hosting my sweet romance mastermind and completely forgot I was here. But I was actually talking about your comments on the MailerLite Substack the other day. Oh, MailerLite Substack? It's, are you talking about my newsletter? From that's probably what you're talking about, and you're probably thinking Reddit, because I was talking about my deep dive on Reddit. You know that email got like the highest. I was just looking at, because I went into my email, my newsletter platform, the email newsletter platform I use is MailerLite. I just went in there to go check out this automation sequence I started building and see where I'm at and see what I need to do. And I was like, oh, let me check my stats on my last email newsletter, and that was like the highest. I had over 50% open rate on that email. So I'm like, huh, what did I do different on that one? Because it has to be something that gets people to open it first. So it's not so much the content, but what is showing in the subject line, the pre-header. What was it that got people in there? So I'll have to look at that. And it could also just be like, it just happened to come at a right time for everybody. I don't know. My open rate's usually around 40%, but a jump up to 50% is really big, especially since I've stopped calling my newsletter. So my open rate used to be roughly 21, 22% until I started calling my newsletter, which was I was kicking people off of it who are not opening it. And then I found out, because of GDPR, the privacy laws that went in effect overseas, that people could be opening my newsletter, but it's not reporting because of the privacy laws. And I was like, oh, great. How many people did I kick off who might have actually been opening the newsletter? But so at that point, I stopped doing it. And that was like the end of last year. But when I was kicking people off, I went from 21% up to the 40%. And so that way I felt like, at that time, before I found out about the GDPR privacy laws and how that affected it, what I was feeling was, okay, the people who want to be here, who want to open my newsletter, are the ones who are here. So, and then that last one got a 50% open rate. Well, it was over 50%. I don't remember what it was. It was under 51, but it was like 50 point something, I think. I don't remember. Maybe it was 51 point something. I don't remember. I had it I was calculating it through online, and then I closed that out. So I don't remember what it was. I did finish testing the funnel about 5 minutes before Zoom started, so I get to switch back to writing after this meeting. Nice. Morgan says, just got home from working at the office. I might be getting a migraine, though. It feels like my head feels like it's being squeezed too. This is something I'm now experiencing every day for almost 2 weeks. And I told my doctor about it. I mean, it feels like someone's like here, back here to here, just squeezing, and it just gets worse throughout the day. And I told my doctor about it, but she didn't say anything much. I mean, she asked me questions and stuff and looked at my ears, and but it was like the annual checkup, whatever you call that, right? And she didn't really say anything more about that. I mean, we did talk about a lot of things. We probably both got off track. Because I thought too that the headache might be because my mood's been really down for like a month, and just different things. And I thought that might have been why the headache came on. But now we're stabilizing the mood with the Wellbutrin, and I'm still getting the headaches. So I don't know. I've been slacking on my Substack. I feel like I'm doing so many things. It'll be okay. Yes, it will be okay. You don't have to do it. You did not have to do it. Is it nice if you can get done? Sure, but you don't have to do it. Is that your only newsletter? And do you have like a lot of people that are on it? Yay, 2 more sprints. I feel like when people are on Substack, at least what I'm feeling from being on the outside and people talking about Substack, and people in this case authors, it feels like something that they do like pretty regularly, like daily or weekly. And that's like way too much for me. I do my newsletter is once a month, except for if I have other things going on, like if I have a release. And because I have lots of releases this year, I'm doing twice a month newsletters up through July, I think. I think July is the last time I'm doing twice a month. But depending on how everything goes with my revision publishing schedule, the revision publishing schedule is everything I'm publishing on retailers. What I don't have built in there is me working on my Kickstarter. I want to do my Kickstarter sometime between July and October. When my Kickstarter goes live, then I do an email newsletter nearly every day while it's live. Not every day, but it's like, I'm trying to remember what my schedule is. I think it's like the first couple days and then a couple days off, and then like every 3 days, and then near the end, it's every day near the end. So it's a pretty intensive email newsletter that I send out with the Kickstarters. But otherwise, I'm just once a month. So have about 11 subscribers on Substack, where I barely post anymore. It's my only newsletter. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're not really posting on there, if you don't have like a schedule and you only have 11, then I'd say, I don't know what works for you. Um, I sometimes need something like an outside accountability to get things done. So the outside accountability for me is that I'm on Story Origin. I'm also on BookFunnel, but BookFunnel, I'm trying to remember. So when you sign up for a group promotion on BookFunnel, you state the date that you're going to share. But that could be a different date for every single promotion. So you could like technically send out a newsletter like every single day for different promotions if you did that to yourself. On Story Origin, it's set up a little bit different. First, you set up your dates of your newsletter. Then you apply for promotions, and when you apply for a promotion, you pick the date of the newsletter you've already scheduled to go out to go with whatever promotions you're doing. So that one works better for my brain than BookFunnel. And because I set those up, and I set them up well in advance. Like I think right now I'm out through July. Nope. No, I'm probably out through November. Ow, headache. It's like getting worse. And I took some medicine. See my campaign planner. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm all the way out to November 4th. So I have every newsletter scheduled all the way out to November 4th. And actually, no, July, I'm only having one newsletter. June, one newsletter. May is the last month I have 2 newsletters going out. But somewhere toward the end of the year, I'll be having a Kickstarter, so I'll have more newsletters going out. But when I do the Kickstarter and more newsletters, I don't necessarily plan them in Story Origin because those are going to be more consistent for like just sending out the newsletter every day. Plus, if I do it right, I didn't do it right in my last Kickstarter, but I did it right the first Kickstarter. My promotions in the Kickstarter newsletters will be other Kickstarters that I am cross-promoting with other Kickstarter, what are they called? Kickstarter creators. They have a name, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. So yeah, but I think that having that external deadline in Story Origin, it reminds me, and of course I get an email too to say, hey, your newsletter's due today. So if I just happen to forget, it reminds me. BookFunnel says, here's what's happening this month. And I think it sends it out on the 1st of the month or a week out from I can't remember. I don't think it's the day of. It's a couple days prior or a week prior or something, or the beginning of the month. I don't remember now. I don't pay attention as much to that one because I do schedule everything through Story Origin for specific dates. I think that helps me stay consistent. So I think if you could do once a month, you'd probably be okay. Maybe I should aim for once a month. I haven't sent any because writing one every week seems like a lot. Yeah, writing 2 is a lot for me. So I'm like, the only reason why I'm writing 2 is because I have so much going on every single newsletter as far as what I'm looking for. So, and then I also have the releases. Oh God, my computer, when it shuts down, it moves my stuff around on my desktops. And it always takes my revision and publishing schedule and it takes it to the other monitor. So, we just sent one for March. So March 4th newsletter, I reminded everyone about the arcs for The Florist Budding Desire, and then I opened the beta reading for the first 3 novelettes. And the next newsletter will go out March 16th. That one is an easy one. That's just telling everyone, hey, The Florist Budding Desire is publishing. So that's next week on Monday. Then April 6th newsletter talking about the Wildfire and Sun Prince ARC distribution because that comes out in April. Then opening the next 3 novelettes for beta readers. And then the next newsletter is when Wildfire and the Sun Prince publishes, and then getting the ARC distribution for the next novelette in the series. So it's like almost every email I'm sending out, there's like another reader proposition. No, there's another reader. My head is hurting. Another reader opportunity. So there's more. So depending on what people want to do, if they want to be an ARC reader, a beta reader, or whatever, I'll have a typo buster team go on my long novel again, but that'll be closer to July or August timeframe because it goes out to my editors in May. So the typo buster team I always do after it goes to my editors, because sometimes when they give me notes, it's also about the story. So then I'll go change something in the story. So then I have that last line of defense of people looking for typos. But yeah, so I have a lot going out, and I thought I don't want to do one newsletter a month, and now here are like 5 opportunities for reading. Which one you want to do? And already, like, because the one I sent out on the 4th, there was 2 reading opportunities. So I reminded everyone who'd already signed up for the ARC for the Florist Budding Desire. But I then also opened up the ARC for the novelettes. But the previous newsletter, I opened up the ARC for, or not the ARC, the alpha reader access for my novel, the novel that I'll do the Kickstarter for later this year. And people had signed up for A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And so I made sure I put into my newsletter, hey, if you've already signed up for Curse of Spikes and Smoke, I would prefer you finish that first before you apply for the novelette beta reader access. And I still had people who applied for both. So I had to individually email them and say, hey, look, I don't want to approve it right now because I don't want you to overcommit. And I think this will be easier, or what I remember what I said, but it's just, if you wouldn't mind first finishing one before moving on to the next one. And one of them emailed me back. He says, oh, no, no problem. I totally understand. And so it is what it is. I should probably plan for my poetry collection I'm publishing this year and have the second collection done too, but I'm waiting for a few things first. I had started to plan for April, but it might be published in May. Yeah. Do you get like readers to read your see, that would be so hard. I mean, if you build your newsletter list on poetry readers, then you can get ARC and or not ARC, beta readers for those. I don't know if you do need beta readers. I would have no idea. I think when most people think of beta readers is for like a novel or a like a nonfiction book. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know the process for the poetry side. That's new for me. But yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with our next sprint. 1 of 2 left. I think that might be it. I think that's just the eye, right? Why are you not showing me what's next? Oh no, we got a dragon one. Okay, so we got one more. Okay, so for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next one when it wants to start. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? Um, I was making my way through this um, setup for the reader magnet for the book that's coming out on Monday. And I've been thinking about doing something for a while, which I thought, okay, let me just go ahead and do this because of how I'm setting up this one. And I'm probably going to want to set up the same for the other 8 novelettes. So, which is, I want to have like a landing page. It's like not on my website, but it's part of my website. So it's just private. It's not really private because you don't have to get to it through a password, but just if people want to sign up as an ARC reader or just a reviewer of any book. And I've had quite a few people on my newsletter list who've made it through like several of my books and they're leaving reviews. And so every time they finish a review, then I'm sending them the next link. And I thought I should just do a page that has all the links on there, and I can still see who's signing up because I like to do it through Story Origin where I have to manually accept it. So I was starting to set up that page and figuring out what the coding would look like on that. So yeah. Um, Mastermind wrapped up, caught up on the last break. Awesome. It's the only comment that's here. So let me just go ahead and start getting set up. I have to redo the timer here because I got to the end. I have one more timer, but it's just like a big dragon eye and it's kind of annoying. So we're going to go back to Chilling Cats as the last one. Mara says, I ate lunch, cleaned the bathroom, took a shower, got ready for the day, was about to respond to an email when the timer went off. Oh, good. So you're like ready to get to work on the next one. Um, I think I'll probably be working on the setting up this website page probably for the next hour or two. This will probably take me through the end of the sprints. Then I can go back to working on my automation, which I still have time to work on it because the final checks for this novel was supposed to be this whole week until Friday, and then I'd start something new. And then something new I was going to start was doing the reader magnet, which is done. So, but I'm hoping to get back in my story this round. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and get going then with this. This will be the last sprint for anyone who has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Oh, I see. Sorry, Kat. Organize a bit in my office, then read Wakenhurst by Michelle Paver. Made it to chapter 26. Nice. Gothic horror. Enjoying it. All right, that is the end. How did you do? I continued working on my website, and as I was like working on code and letting it load and figure out what's going to happen with that, then I'd go over and work on my automation email. So I was kind of working on two things, just back and forth while I was just waiting for things to go through. I kind of like it. It's not perfect yet, but yeah, I'm still working on it. Are you guys interested in seeing it? Not that you have to click on anything, but yeah, something went wrong. Okay, there it goes. It's just a page that I'm setting up. Now I've have some pages already that are coded that I've worked on in the past. So I was able to like just to copy the code. And so it was a little bit faster for me to copy just the code and figure out how I want it to look and all that. But okay. So yeah, it's not a complete page. I'll put it up there, but I don't like the white background behind the book. So I'm trying something different here. And then I don't like how big the first books are. So I'm gonna make those smaller. But so just a little more working. And then there's spacing between each of the sections. I'm trying to reduce the padding, but I don't know what I did. I think I overrode some function in the CSS. So I got to figure out where I wrote that so I can reduce the padding there. But yeah, okay, there. Let's see how you guys did. Kat says I vacuumed. Oh, and this came through right as I was going to that last sprint. I did mention it, but from the last sprint, Kat organized a bit in my office, and I read Wakenhurst by Michelle Paver. I made it to chapter 26. It's 212 pages of 385 at Gothic horror, and I'm enjoying it. So not a middle grade. This is like an adult Gothic horror. And then vacuumed, emptied all the garbage cans so I could put the big garbage can on the curb, hopping off. Okay, so I missed you. Thanks very much for the sprint, Shannon. Had a very productive day. Bye, everyone. So I asked a question. She's not even here to answer it, but that's okay. I appreciate her being here. Mari says, got 3 emails written and sent and applied for 3 more jobs. Wow, very busy. At least most retail applications are easy. Yeah, that's true. And yes, always interested in seeing your stuff. Yeah. I want to just build this into my automation list so that if anyone's interested, when they first join my newsletter, they could have the option of doing this. So, yeah. Need some work still, but I might work on the hero section. The hero section is that top section. It's a little bit really, really purple behind review team, but not so much. It's probably because of the image itself. Now that's an overlay layer that I put in there. So I think I just need to add more purple behind the beginning of welcome. Or do something different. I might just do something different. I might do like it already has a purple shadow that's on top of the layer that has the just like what is that called? I don't know what it's called. I know how to do things. I just don't know what they're called. So I just took like the airbrush, but I have it on very low, like a high opacity, low opacity, whatever it's called. So I did that, but it also has a shadow. I think I might just go through and add an actual like dark gray. I don't think I want black, a dark gray shadow to the words, and then take off just that like smearing of purple. I think that might look prettier. I think the button is a little too unsaturated, so they might choose a more saturated color. But yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's it. And when you calculate how much you make from your newsletter, do you count the Kickstarters? I would have opted into the Kickstarter. I wouldn't have opted into the Kickstarter unless I was on your newsletter. Yeah. So I did look at that, and actually Kickstarter gives you some stats on the back end. So you can see if like people are coming, I think it's from YouTube and outside sources. And I can't remember how they break it down, but they give you enough stats. Like I can figure out like who's coming from YouTube, not who, but how many. It doesn't tell you like actual people. It gives you percentages, I think is how they give it to you. I'm looking at one. I don't think that's the button I want to look at, but yeah, you can see where they're coming from, and that can become really useful if you're paying for any promotion, which I paid for one promotion on my first Kickstarter. I don't think it did anything. So I ended up not using a promotion again for my next Kickstarter. But now I would probably do like Facebook ads now that I'm trying them out. I probably do that. Where am I at? Okay, reward, backer report, dashboard. I wonder if it's different because this does not look the same. Funding progress, backer source. Okay, so it has backer source. So you have discovery landing page. So that's from Kickstarter platform. And so it shows me number of pledges. So type is where, so it's refer, type, number of pledges, percentage of pledge, and the amount pledge. So from the discovery landing page, and this was my first Kickstarter. So from Kickstarter itself, I had 14 pledges. It was 15% overall, and I made $592 off of them. Direct traffic, so no refer. Backer landed directly on the project page without any refer information. So that's probably like they might have got that from like a cross promotion or something. And that one was 23, or actually, that could actually come from the newsletter too. So there is email on here, and it says I had 8 pledges come from email. But I know I remember I went through and I looked at all the people who were on my newsletter list, and I think 60% of the people who backed me on my Kickstarter were already on my list for the first Kickstarter. That went down to 50% in my second one, if I remember my numbers right. And same thing with YouTube. YouTube, it shows me I had 9 people come over from YouTube. But YouTube and my email list, there's a crossover of people. So someone who could have come from YouTube could also be on my newsletter. Discovery category, email automated projected launch. Oh, from my, so that was my launch page before it actually launched. I had 6 people, which they say you need like, what is it? I don't remember what they said now. I'll remember all of this stuff when I get ready to do my next Kickstarter, or because I'll refresh my mind with all of it. But like you want to have, if you can, hit 60 people following you, because if you have 60 people following you, you're most likely going to have a successful Kickstarter. And I had 6 people following me because I didn't really understand how that worked. Like I knew I was supposed to get it up there, but I didn't really understand it. And I was thinking, oh, I'm pretty industrious. I can get all this done in like 6 weeks. And I was told, give yourself 3 months. So I said, I can half that time because I work pretty hard and I can get through things. But yeah, it took me the whole 6 weeks to get my Kickstarter put together. So I couldn't get my launch page up. Well, you can get it up beforehand, but I just didn't know that. Now I know. So Kickstarter rewards page. That's pretty cool. I had 1 person come from that. There's like a bunch on here. It tells you where people come from. Oh, and even one from my link tree. So there you go. There's also the discovery filter for projects we love. I had 1 person come from that. Which I was even trying to get Projects We Love badge on my first Kickstarter because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hoping I make something. I was just hoping that I didn't put all this time. I spent 6 weeks putting it together, but I spent like a year and a half researching Kickstarter and the platform and going through things and just going through everything on Kickstarter. Went through a course and everything like that. So I was like, don't tell me I'm going to spend all this time and I'm not going to make my goal. And if you don't make your goal, you make $0. It doesn't matter if you're like $1 shy of your goal, you don't make any of it. So I was just wanting to make it. And somehow I got that Projects We Love badge. And then I knew what I was doing the second time around. So I got that Projects We Love badge almost right away. So that one, I think I got it on the 3rd day. And that one also brought 1 person to my Kickstarter who backed me for $20. So yeah. Cool. Anyways, I wouldn't have opted. Yep. Okay. Is the icon on the tab Minecraft? I don't know what this is in reference to, but I would hazard to say no, because I don't think I have anything. Oh, wait, you're talking about the tab for the website. That's Squarespace. Okay. I was like, I'm trying to remember what Minecraft looks like. So yeah, no, I use Squarespace. Yeah, so that's what that is. But yeah. Hero section button needs a shadow. Hero section button. So if you, it does have it's a shadow, it's a light shadow. If you hover over it, it lightens all up. It lightens the color of the shadow. I think I just need to make the color more saturated. Too blurry around the edges. On the tab for the, oh, I'm not clicking on it. It's too blurry around the edges. Are you talking about the, yeah, so if I saturate the button a little bit more, make that higher saturation, I think that will make that light color behind it less blurry around the edges. On the tab for the link you just shared. Got it. Yeah. I was like, what is it in reference to? And I was like, it's probably, I hazard no, because I don't do anything Minecraft. I know what it is, but I don't do anything with Minecraft. And I was like, oh yeah, wait, the little box, Squarespace box looks like Minecraft. So yeah. Yeah, so there's some tweaks. Right now, it was more about just trying to get the code in here and getting it set up how I want it and tweaking it. Like even for the books I put there, I put short hook because I want to put a short hook in there, and I just put short hook for all the books. So I was just like, let me just copy this code over. I just need to change out the image URL and then change out the button because each button should be workable. I haven't actually checked them, but they should go to the copy. Oh, it does not open in a new page. Oh, I'm gonna have to change that. It should open in a new tab. I don't like if it takes the reader away, because what if they went to like they look at the review copy. I'm like, well, I've read that blurb. Let me go read the blurb for another one, and then they have to do a back button instead of just switching tabs. So I need to change that. That's an easy fix, but I forgot about that. So those buttons should all work. And then I'm thinking the subtitles are too small, but I don't know. The subtitle for the sections, because I have romantasy, fantasy romance, and then I have my fantasy at the bottom. And I don't like the white background. Oh, it's more like a gray background. I don't like it. So yeah, I got some more work. Once I've got the code in the right place, then I can go through and tweak these little things like the button, tweak the actual image. The image is in my graphic design program, so I have to open it back up again and work on it. But the button itself is a coded button. So the button's not on my image, like in my graphics design program. So Squarespace does look like Minecraft. It does. You said so many things I need to ask follow-up questions on, but my brain blips before I see you again. LOL. Oh, I don't know if it would help to like whenever I think of questions, I'm like, I don't want to forget this. I put it into speechtexter.com, my verbal dictation program, because I can close it out and it's going to keep whatever I put there. Purples and teals are more on genre than white and gray. True. Well, I was thinking at first that I would have that background, just the color of that blue that's there. I think purple would be too much clashing, because if you see between the section how the Dragon Review team works, between that section and available review copies, I want to get rid of the blue that's in between, unless the background is blue. But either way, where it says available review copies is going to shift up on the page. I just have to figure out where I overrode the code, because I'm pretty sure that's what I did. And when I overrode it, it defaulted to what it wants to do with the padding. And it's because I have so much built in there. Let me go pages. So you have the code that you can do on the page for Squarespace, but then you also have under website tools, you can do your own custom CSS and you can do a code injection. I rarely do the code injection, but under custom CSS, I have open new window. Dun, 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 bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. I've got 1,659 lines of code just in my CSS. So it's a lot. So I probably messed up somewhere in there and overwrote it for my CSS or for my code to put on the page itself. Yeah, if you're stuck with the blue, you can lean into it with all the Ice Dragon colors. True. I mean, I can make it purple, but I think it would clash. Unless it's like this blue that's there for how the Dragon Review team works is a muted blue. It's more of a grayish blue. You know, it's got less saturation, more grays in it actually, which I think works because it makes it feel more business-like, which I think that's good for like the how it works section. And then if I did purple, I don't know if it would clash, but if I did like a more of a grayish purple, I don't know. I'll play around with colors. And see what I like. I think my biggest thing first is get these books smaller because they're way too big. I should not be offering feedback since I don't know code at all. Well, I mean, visual arts. So, how something looks, it's just translating it into another language is all I have to do, right? I don't read fantasy much except for when I'm a super fan. Yeah. So you have it right when you said that where did you say it out here? Yeah, purples and teals are on genre. That is definitely on genre right now. And I can lean into that. I love like more of a bright, vivid blue. And I'd really like to lean into that. And that's what my homepage is based off of. But the teals and the purples, those are really, really hitting right now. So maybe I should do like a teal color. That would actually complement the blue a little bit more. Another thing I want to work on is trying to get that blue color to go across the entire page. Depending on what size screen you have, you may not see anything on the outside of that section of the How the Dragon Review Team Works. It may be that light blue is not showing, but on my screen I can see the light blue. So I want to see if I can get that to go all the way across. And I've done it before. I've written it in code before. I just have to go find the page where I wrote that code because I can't remember how I did it. And then because I don't remember things very well. Like I'll spend a lot of time learning something and get in there and I'll know it. And as long as I'm working in it, I've got it. But if I leave it for a while and then go do something else, then I forgot. How did I do that? And so the last time I worked on my website was for the Faded Adventures. That was part of my Kickstarter last year in February. So it's been a minute since I've been on my website. And I'm putting this together and I should actually be working on my main website because I still just show one book where now I have 2 books, a novella and another novella coming out on Monday. So as far as the romantasy section, that it does show my fantasy on the homepage, but it only has 1 book for romantasy. And I'm like, oh, I gotta really change this up. So I think I can't decide what I want to do. I'm going to change the hero section. And I really love the hero section that I have for my main page. And if you've been on the main page, that's where it's the background of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, but it's animated. And I had paid someone to animate it. And so it's the animated book cover. And then it has the actual book on top of it with a button to go buy it. And it's really pretty, but it does increase load times because that's a video. The animation's a video, and that can show up differently too on mobile phones. I've learned all that since I first set that up. I wrote all the code for that, I think in August of 24. That was the last time I worked on my main website was August of 2024. So it really needs a refresh. Okay, what'd you say? And just now watered the seeds in one plant. The rain took care of the rest, I think. Based on the way I have my window size, your name is cutting off on the right. Oh. The one place you need to brag, right? Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look at it. See, it's showing. So you're saying my name that's on the hero, that's the top section, it's cutting it off? This image that I made is from like 3 or 4 different images I found. And I put it all together. And then some things are put on top of it. Like the dragons and the couple, that was from a different image. I put them on top. But I can see where I was trying to like blend some of the images together and I kind of messed up. Now that I'm seeing it really big. And I'm like, I didn't know if I liked that. Another thing for me to go work on. Yeah, it shows Shan. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's good that you're telling me that because on my screen it shows all of it. But I can make those words smaller and shift them over so that it will show up on smaller screen sizes. I was just thinking I probably can write a code for this, actually. I don't know. I don't know if I want to spend the time writing the code for it, though. It would be easier to get into my graphics design program, shorten it a little, or make it smaller, move it over, than it would be to write the code for it. Okay. I hope I answered as many of the questions as you could think of at the moment, Paige. If you do think of any others, I don't know if we're connected anywhere else. And you can always, if you think of something, you can always shoot it to me. I don't know if you're on Discord. That's really where I do most of the talking with other people now. Not that I talk to a lot of people, but Martin and I, we talk quite a bit. We talk about, well, right now it's mostly Facebook ads because he's been doing Facebook ads for years and I'm just now doing it. So he's like, did you do this? What about this? Did you try this? No, you're fine. It's fine. I am, I'm feeling like at the end of my day anyways, right? So, and my family's home. So I'm going to go out and say hello and figure out if I'm going to eat dinner. I don't know if I'm going to, because I don't feel hungry, but, yeah, so you're fine. And I like sharing information. I don't know if you've probably gotten into Becca Syme's, what do they call that? I know she just did something on the Enneagram, but that's not her. That's Claire Taylor. But she works with Claire Taylor for the Enneagram. She does the, what is it? Oh gosh. It's the one where like their top 5. Why can I not remember the name of this thing? I used to keep it on my desktop, but I do not see it. or your top 5. Okay, whatever. Becca Syme. If I just Becca Syme, I'm going to come up with what she does. It's made for what she works with creatives using this system, but it's not a system that she made up. It's something that is used for workplace organizations. Strengths, Clifton Strengths. God, why should I couldn't remember that? Punchy tired, lol. Yeah. So the Clifton Strengths. Thank you for the space. I have Discord, but don't log into any social stuff very often. Yeah, that's all right. I totally understand that. So in the Clifton Strengths that I did the Clifton Strengths for the first top 5, and it's just answering a questionnaire. I did the shorter version because it came free with one of her. I went to a marketing for your strengths conference that she did a couple years ago, which was like the best conference I've ever gone to. And so in my top 5, my number 1 is futuristic. So it means that you look at the future and you can see what could work and you kind of plan for the future and you head toward it. I'm trying to remember what all of mine are. But anyways, in my top 5, what I have there is I like to collect information and I like to share information. So that's what came of that. Let me see, author live, Clifton Strings. I have the certificate, Clifton. There it is. Okay, number 1 is futuristic. People exceptionally talented in the futuristic theme are inspired by the future and what could be. They energize others with their visions of the future. My number 2 is learner. People exceptionally talented in learner theme have a great desire to learn and want to continuously improve. The process of learning rather than the outcome excites them, which that's so true for me. Number 3 is achiever. That basically means they get stuff done, but achiever theme works hard and possess a great deal of stamina. They take immense satisfaction being busy and productive. Number 4 is intellection. This is one that's like really good. This is where you like think through things, but intellection, also the downside to it is like it could stop you from doing anything because you're thinking through things too much. But it says theme are characterized by their intellectual activity. They are introspective and appreciate intellectual discussions. And then input. People exceptionally talented in input theme have a need to collect and archive. They may accumulate information, ideas, artifacts, or even relationships. So I don't remember which one of these. I think it's learner, but maybe it's not. And I don't know if it's learner, intellection, or input. One of those 3 off, because she goes into more detail on her YouTube channel. And that means that you like to share the information you're learning. I think that's learner. Yeah, I think that might be learner. Yeah, top 5. I haven't taken the test yet. I know I need to. It costs money, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I've tried to do the affiliate stuff because I know it would make money, but then I lose track of it. I don't finish it. I think it's because like the one that I really wanted, I keep being turned down for. And that's the Amazon affiliate. And I'm like, I could be making money from my own books, from selling my books with my affiliate links. And then they've turned me down twice. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. So I know that's like a block in my head, but yeah. But what was that in response to? Oh, talking about, oh, you said you were distracting me. Which is like, no, I am definitely like, I like to share what I know. And recently, I've wondered if I should keep sharing because I can't remember stuff as much anymore. I used to remember things really, really well, but things are just getting harder for me to remember. You could get it now for sure. I think the last time I was turned down was for one of my videos. It's about it was Amazon and still a high performing video. I don't make a whole lot of money off of it. I told myself I need to sit down and figure out how much money I make versus how much money I could make with Amazon if I took down the video. But they wanted me to take down the video. But the video was 5 things I learned from Brian Cohen's Amazon ads course. So someone said just change out the thumbnail. I'm afraid if I change out the thumbnail, that might be the same as just taking it down. It might stop getting traction. Not that it gets a whole lot. I should really go. I probably do not make as much money on that as I would have if I was an affiliate. So, but yeah, it is what it is. I've got the hiccups. Maybe I am getting hungry because I get the hiccups when I'm hungry. I don't feel it yet, but it's probably coming. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and there. I'll be back again tomorrow. It's the 3 hours, strictly timed, so not so long. And I appreciate everybody who was here and who's been able to pop in throughout the day. And hopefully I will see you guys again later. Bye, everyone.